prepared to break the silence. I'll be out in the sunshine, running beside the lions. I've been feeling down, but I've been looking up, afraid to fall. God, I've been so down, can you pick me up? Don't let me fall. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge. Can you show me how to fix this mess? I am down and on my knees, and I may fall as I'm so close to the edge.
Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Ask me how we got here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries, let's float for now. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. So cliche, I see the sparks you throw my way. I know your name is written on everyone's mind. Your whole show is captivating me, but don't think that I can see right through that disguise. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. But when you got this whole thing, I like the way you look at me. How about we just go with the flow? Now you know I feel it too. But I don't think this could be something that becomes a thing. Maybe just for tonight, then I'll be over you. But when you got close to me, you had me falling so hard, baby, hard, baby. Yeah, now I get it. You got heads turning, and you don't even try. Well, would you look at that? My glass is empty, glass empty. How about I get another drink, baby, drink, baby? Okay, I get it. You got fire burning, right there in your eyes. Oh yeah. I will carry you home. I will carry you home. When you got nowhere to go, I need you to know I will carry you home. I will carry you home. I will carry you home. When you got nowhere to go, I need you to know I will carry you home.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Happy Wednesday. halfway through the week. It is so good to see you all here today on this Wednesday. How are y'all doing today? Hope we're all having a good week. Melon, good morning, cutie. Hello. So good to see y'all beans. Let's hop on in to the office so we can say hello. Hi. Hello. I'd be waving at y'all, but I don't have hands right now. I don't got my hands. They're too busy holding my soccer boba tea. Yes, hello everyone. Hello. Hope you're all doing fantastic. Soka, not boba. All right, yeah, it's Soka tea. Alrighty, chat. We've got a pretty big stream ahead of us here, because today, chat, at least I think today, chat, we are doing the finale of Pragmata. Your PNG is lagging so much. Yeah, that's because we're playing Pragmata, a very, very heavy game, to where even when I'm not using my 3D model, it still lags to shit. So that either shows the strength of my PC, or that the game might be a little bit unoptimized. But I digress. It's still a great game. But yeah, today we're playing Pragmata, and we are possibly going to finish the game, which I am both excited and scared for, because I don't know what this game's going to do for its ending, and it might emotionally destroy me. It might emotionally destroy me, chat. What about both? I don't think it's both. I mean, sure, my computer's not the greatest machine in the world, but I mean, like, it hasn't even been like a year since me and Sky got like essentially a new PC, like new parts for it and everything. Like we pretty much scraped my old PC and just built a new one. So I doubt it's that, but what do I know about computers? All right, chat. Let's hop on into the game, because it's time to finish this. I forgot to pause the music. There we go. Alrighty, chat. So like I said, this is potentially the finale. For those who were not here for the previous stream and want a little bit of a recap of what happened. So we did manage to essentially restart the Edis AI program. But in doing so, we only made things worse, as 8, who we thought was our friend, turned on us and says that she wants to send dead filaments to Earth, which could most definitely destroy all life there. And so now me and my daughter are going to stop him, so that we can save the Earth. Quake. Hi, Quake. It do be Wednesday. Let's do that. That. Okay, let's go. You said doobie? Oh my god. Quake. And then they're like, goes, actually, have a nice extra day off work for post-con decompression and post-con depression. As, you know, as what normally happens with coming home from a con. Well, welcome back home, Quake. You're now going to watch me, possibly finish this game. Only thing that was sad was that you weren't there. Quake, if I was there, you would. Are there any mods here right now? No? Okay. Quake, if I was there, you wouldn't be able to walk around the con. I mean, what? Huh? Who said that? Chat, who said that? You said that, Melon? Wow. At like 9 o'clock in the morning? My leggies are so sore as it is. Well, then you go get your rest, Bean. Yay, 15k step days. 10 a.m. nerd. Well, Melon, I'm in fucking banjo country. I'm in the Midwest. I got that central dog in me. Alrighty, chat. I'm going to warn you guys now. I'm gonna warn you guys now, chat. There is a non-zero chance that when we finish this game, like if we finish this game today, there is a non-zero chance that I'm going to cry. I'm just putting that out there now because there was already one scene in this game that made me cry, or at the very least made me start tearing up, and tearing up pretty hard. So I might cry. It might be aggressive. I can't exactly confirm how hard I'll cry, but I'm probably going to cry at least a bit. All right, let's go. I watched the Goofy movie on the plane back and was definitely tearing up a few times from the Goofy movie. Hey, man. Goofy knows how to tug at the heartstrings, you know? Is that the Statue of Liberty? It's part of it.
I hope we're not too late to stop Abe.
Don't worry. Cleaning up messes is what I do best. A little trouble's all part of the job.
No.
This door's locked too.
Let me guess. More terminals?
Do I have a red key? I should have a red key. I do have a red key. All right, cool. All right, sweet daughter of mine. Let's do this. Oh, damn. Oh, y'all are just here already. Okay.
Careful! It's going to jump! Getting close! That's it almost! How about this? Don't go inside the circle!
Hold on. Let me reload. Okay, and now.
Mission protocol, initiate!
right, take out the big guys. Take out the big guys.
I owe you.
Wait, they're floating up. Be careful. You're splitting the pack.
Leave the shooting to me. You got me.
No.
Give it to me.
What?
I owe you one, Diana.
No problem. Wow.
Take this.
Hydra Kong. All right, I can't lie. Was not expecting this room to just be filled with fucking bots. All right.
Right on. Take this.
Well, bam.
Take this.
Boom.
Don't go inside the circle. Blinking the enemy.
Step off. Step off.
Overgrowth protocol.
It's on. Take this.
Bam. Get him. Get him.
Take this.
Boom. Finally, I didn't kill him.
Back off. Shit. Take this.
Bam. Is that it? Woo! All right. Let me restock on my weapons here. I'll grab you. Grab you. Let's heal up a bit. Here you go, sweet child of mine. How's the hoosh doing today? I'm doing good. Very nice. And I'll be taking this. That should actually, yeah, that should give us all of the things now. We can actually head back because I have a lot of cabin coins, and I can finish up that last row of things. Let's go do that real quick.
Check if we can upgrade it. We're not making good progress, but we gotta stop.
We gotta find terminals again? Should be a cinch. After all this, I'm basically a terminal hunting pro.
Terminal hunting pro?
Oh yeah, when I get back to Earth, terminals for breakfast, baby.
So cute. So fucking cute, chat. You! What's up, Cabin? Grab that.
Oh yes, this is one of our more popular items. We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods. We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods.
Increases weapon damage to weak points by 15%.
Core
Ooh.
complete. Wonderful.
That's actually a pretty solid mod.
Much appreciated.
That's actually a pretty decent mod. Watcher Mark II. The W3AB's flight control system remains unchanged, but its internal cooling system has been improved to enable sustained fire. The modular exterior has been redesigned, boosting its defense. Aegis increases laser output, trading cooling stability for greater lethality. And we got the Sentinel. A prototype bot representing the pinnacle of Delphi's engineering. With high output thrusters and fluid filament load balancing in its frame, it boasts unmatched mobility for a humanoid unit. Officially labeled as security use, but its performance is fully military grade. Attached dead filament has pushed its specs even higher. What was that about a fluid load? You'd like to know, wouldn't you, Quake? All right, let's take a look back for our friend here in the cradle. All right, here we go. Cradle infiltration log day 7. A transmission from F. Only 2 full days remain until I can kiss my press pass goodbye. I need to make every moment count because I can't go home without meeting him. If I fail now, then what was the point of any of this? Bosa! Mwah. Hello, Bosa. Mwah. Bosa, Quake wants a fluid load inside of them. Just thought you should know that. Well, look at that. Got a ping on my terminal. Now, who the hell's trying to reach me? Holy cannoli! I've still got it. I was cutting it close, but I knew luck would come through for me. That transmission is from Employee F. That's right, the one who raised an eyebrow about the whole AI rollout. And get this, the signal was routed from experimental pragmatics. So close, I can almost taste it. Athlete, I fucking love you. I fucking love you, Bosa. Mwah. Okay, time for the rundown. Our pal, Mr. F, caught wind that a reporter, yours truly, had been sniffing around the cradle, and now he's got a request. Just like I figured. The guy's no fan of the new AI system. He works in experimental pragmatics. Some kind of technician. Now that the AI's been shoved into service, he's trying to get off this dumb rock. Can't say I blame him. He's asking for help with his exit. Apparently, technicians aren't free to come and go as they please. Naturally, I proposed a deal. I told him if he wants my help, he better cough up everything he knows about that damn lab he works in. He was pussyfooting at first, but I pushed harder. I said straight to him, "Tell me everything you know about Dr. Neil Higgins." Seems like I struck a nerve. Bingo, baby. The man I've been after since day 1 has been hiding just where I thought. Mr. F kept quiet, but the truth was plain as day. He's sitting on a secret that he's dying to spill. Like a rat in a cage. No way out. He asked for some time to mull it over. "Give me a day," he said. "I'm betting he'll come through." After all, the return flight's in just 2 days, and everything, I mean everything, is on the line. Bosa! Yes, I can see your deleted messages, Bosa. And all I'm saying is that wish that were me. All right, day 8, a present. Tomorrow's the day the return flight comes in. Miss it, and who knows when the next one shows up. And if this new AI's got a target on my back, I'd be lucky if I get out of here alive. I got another transmission from Mr. F. To mark our meeting, I prepared a little something you can find a toolbox at. Classic Mr. F. Or should I call him Mr. Sly Fox? Avoiding surveillance, are we? He's gathering intel on the cradle, stashing it somewhere secure before passing it off. I guess face-to-face contact would be way too risky with that damn AI watching our every move. I hope that box has what I'm looking for. Time to shoot back. You got to see many good cats, Quake? Hell yeah. Cats are very fun to see. Very good kitties. Just like Bosa. Can't wait to see what you've cooked up. All right, Mr. Rep. Let's see what you've got in store. Speaking of good boys, my pig says his love. Hi, Zai. Hi, Zyra. Mwah. Good to see you. I tore through the corridors, and right on the dot, about 30 minutes later, I'm exactly where Mr. F said it'd be. There it is. A plain white toolbox. And inside, a data drive. No time to waste. Better see what's on before someone notices. 1. Delphi is concealing potential violations of the Lunar Accord. Research into lunafilament weaponization has occurred despite official claims. Reckless excavation poses uninvestigated environmental risks, yet mining continues for commercial gain. 2. Internal reports were submitted to upper management regarding the risks associated with lunafilament's interaction with organic matter. However, these concerns were deliberately suppressed. Those two takeaways were listed out. Tacked on were mining logs, lunar quake readings, and a deep dive on lunafilament. Yeah, this is more than enough to blow Delphi wide open. But here's the thing. I still don't know how much Dr. Higgins had his hands in this. Without that, none of this sticks. Alright, decision's made. Time to fire off another message. Appreciate it. That's one hell of a gift you've handed me. You'll have a ticket in your hands by tomorrow. Count on it. Day 9. A farewell. The Earthbound shuttle's finally docked at the cradle. All that's left is for Mr. F and me to step aboard and put this place in the rear view. But before that, there's one thing that I can't bring myself to walk away from. Not yet. I met Mr. F in person for the first time today. Younger than I'd pictured. Maybe 6'1", rail thin, with that permanent forward tilt you see in people who've spent lives over a terminal. Classic engineer. His face was long, but his eyes razor sharp. I handed him a press pass and an ID tag. Told him how much I appreciated the gift, and it wasn't enough. You know who I'm after, I said, eyes locked on his. Am I reading Yaoi right now? Gosh, this game is so good. Easily one of my faves this year. Wolfro, hello. Yeah, we're most likely going to be finishing the game today. His gaze shifted. I could tell he wasn't comfortable. You've got it wrong. He's not a bad person, he said. He was just looking out for his family, same as any of us would. I told him I understood, but that things would be easier if he just laid it all out. If he didn't tell me now, it was only a matter of time before I found out anyways. He stood there in silence. I'm asking you. Give me your ID pass. I'll go meet with him one-on-one, I said. He blinked. Wait, you're not coming back on the return shuttle with me? I can't just walk away from a story like this. This could be the one, my breakout moment. His face went blank. Pure shock. And really, who could blame him? Staying behind at a place like this? Maybe I am crazy. But hey, at least I'm consistent. He looked away from me, just for a brief second, and said, You're quite the character. I admire your courage. I don't think I could do what you're doing. Everyone's different, I told him. We all make our own choices. I'm not here to judge you for wanting out of this mess. He nodded slowly. Here, take it. He handed over the ID tag, told me to be careful. Then he turned and boarded the shuttle, alone. No other passengers. No goodbyes. The shuttle disappeared into the void, a streak of light swallowed by space. And there I was, alone, staring down at the earth like it owed me answers. What the hell have I gotten myself into this time? Nah, whatever. I'll figure it out. I always do. Because I am the one and only Daniel Galliano. I'm alone now, in unfamiliar territory, but there's no time to waste. Using the ID tag, I'm off to the lab where the doctor is hiding. I will find him, and I will get the answers I came for. Questions hammer through my head, louder with every step. Why did you abandon your sick daughter on Earth? Why did you turn your back when your wife, my sister, was on her deathbed? Neil, I need to know. What the hell happened to you? Oh. That's why this guy is so obsessed with figuring out about Dr. Higgins. Because it's about what was his name again? Daniel? This is why Daniel's so like focused on figuring things out. Because it says here, why did you turn your back when your wife, my sister, was on... Oh. Dr. Higgins' wife, who's dead, was this reporter's sister. Okay. Now things make a little bit more sense. Honestly, remove analog aggression and give me target weakness. That's just really good. Okay. Let's head back, chat. I'm on my third playthrough of this. Damn. Alrighty. Let's go get these terminals online.
Move, you!
Let's try to get them down. Gotcha dump. Oh, fuck. Of course there's more. Oh, of course there's more.
Here it comes! Look out! Linking the Overthread protocol activated.
Ow. take this. Damn, I knew there was gonna be more. I would have saved the lasers.
What the hell? It's breaking in. This can't be happening. It's coming right for us. John, get off him.
This black stuff is all that's left.
Did the dead filament eat them?
Hey, Diana, think you can cleanse infected humans?
No. Once their cells get eaten away, they're gone for good.
I see. So there's nothing you can do.
No. 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 No, please. Please, bro. Chat, for those who missed it from last stream, we got into a fight, and Hugh is now infected with dead filaments. And you're telling me that he... No, bro, don't do this to me. Don't fucking do this. Don't fucking do this to me, game. Lukios, good morning.
I'll get rid of it.
I'll take this.
We can use that back at the shelter. Think Cabin will like that?
I'm saying, Lukios, do not do this to me, game. Please. I cannot emotionally handle it. I will not be able to emotionally handle it. Confidential Delphi information. Sorry, Wolfro. Bosa is also one of my kitties. They hang around here. Let's see. From Jacob to Ankh. As you know, Daisy Higgins, Dr. Higgins' daughter, has passed away. The truth is, her death was not caused by illness. Dr. Higgins had been running a clinical trial on a lunafilament compound using Pragmata, and the outcomes were more than encouraging, so he reported his findings to Earth HQ. Then, one of the higher-ups at Delphi attempted to claim credit and pushed prematurely into human testing for commercialization. Their subordinates were instructed to select a test subject whose data matched Daisy's age, sex, and medical history, and the compound was administered. However, Pragmata cannot perfectly replicate human physiology. The formula remained unstable and was far from ready for human use. Dr. Higgins issued repeated warnings, but no one listened. The chosen subject died immediately after the injection. Only afterward did they realize it was Daisy, Dr. Higgins' daughter. The executive who ordered it silenced all witnesses to bury the truth. This was clearly corporate murder, a preventable tragedy. I only recently heard the story from a first-hand source. While unconfirmed, it's probably true. With the bots running amok now, I can't help thinking this is Delphi's karma. Mistake after mistake has brought us here. Damn. Also very cute. IRL can't confirm. Oh, very much. Very much so. I've seen Bosa sends me pictures of their cute face, and they are absolutely adorable. I'm one of Wolfie's mods too. Does Wolfie also put you under his desk when streaming?
So Delphi just covered.
Because
disgusting.
that's what I normally do with you.
We need to cleanse them.
Ow, I just fucking ran into that.
That filament, go away! That walker's gonna burn! Wait till I recharge! Get ready!
Oh, get me out of here.
I'll take care of it.
Overdrive protocol activated.
All right, that's one core down.
Keep it up, you!
Getcha!
Ow.
That's it over! You!
I don't like fighting here.
What is the hack?
Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you with your bullshit laser, man. That fucking laser, dude. Come on. Hi, Toon. Mwah.
Let's take a break.
Let's see. Max out that, max out those. I'll do this. He needs to get laser focused. Oh my god. All right, let's try that again. Okay, I'm glad that Toon also agrees that that room is garbage. I mean, I didn't see a way to turn off the lasers, but oh, that actually, ooh. Yeah, I'm just, oh, I am now realizing how far back that pushed me.
I owe you.
Move, you! Careful! It's going to jump! Overdrive protocol activated.
Oh, come on, dude. fuck out of here. Yeah, Wolfro?
Charging! Back to normal!
How you like this? Take this!
Fuck you.
Take this!
Fuck you. I enjoy flustering Bosa. It's a fun time. Oh, it's very fun. Flustering Bosa is like one of my favorite pastimes.
I'll take care of it. Alright, one core down.
Keep it up, you!
Sit down,
It's over.
bitch boy. Ow.
Only one left. It's gotta be close.
Yep. Let's wrap this up. Don't want to keep
Oh.
her waiting, right?
Let me grab this. Whee! Okay. Next.
My bad, Diana.
Whoop. Parkour. Parkour. Oh, blank.
I'll get rid of it.
Give me this shit.
That's a lot of lift.
You gotta be kidding me. This one's locked too?
There should be some terminals nearby.
Always with the goddamn terminals.
One down. I got him! Overload protocol activated.
Is that it?
That makes two.
And 3 more hiding somewhere.
Phew, that was 3.
Good. Now onward. Get boss.
Sit down, fool.
Phew.
Oh, there's another one.
Good job, kid. Guess that's that.
Okay, grab this.
One more to go.
Got it. You sure the last one's in here?
Yeah, I'm picking up a signal nearby.
Well, where the hell is nearby? Oh, there it is.
We did it!
Yeah, took more time than I'd like, though.
Yeah, Hugh. You trying to say something, Hugh? Take this. A sandcastle.
Designated payload is at 80%.
Let's hurry, Diana.
I've got your back!
We don't have time for this.
Bam.
Charging cleanse!
Bam.
Take this.
Oh, fuck off. Not this guy. Woo! Hello!
Missile spotted! Right back at you! Break it, shield! We need to cleanse them! I'll cleanse it! Overkill protocol.
Shit, take this.
Bam. Ow.
Right back at you! Patching you up!
Get some.
Lou, watch out for that stuff!
Right on. It's on now. Take this.
Bitch.
It's over.
Woo! Right.
Ew, there's a terminal! Okay, should be good.
All right, let's head back.
Grab this. Yoink.
I was hoping we'd find this.
More training data. Yippee!
Can't wait to try that new training sim.
Alrighty. In we go. I see. Oh, hell nah, Jigsaw. Do you not remember what I told you? Do you not remember what I told you? I hope you're ready, motherfucker. What my daughter did to your friend? That was mercy. I will not be so merciful.
You again?
Looks like the backup from the vault.
Take this!
Blinking the enemy.
Good job, kid.
It's gathering that stuff again.
Got it! Move back.
Careful.
That's what I'm talking about! Stay down!
Get bent. Anyways. Diana, you want McDonald's?
So this is the Luna Filament Lab.
This is the most advanced research lab in the entire Cradle. Higgins was probably right in that room.
8 was with him too. There are traces of her here. I guess 8 was helping out the doctor more than I expected.
He is so locked in. Holy shit. Look, he should have looked at his friend as an example. Like I said, Diana was merciful the last time. I wasn't. Motherfucker came after my daughter, so he had what was coming to him. All right. Chap, with that though, that is actually a perfect time to head into our ad break. So I'm gonna send you guys to the BRB screen and we'll be back in just a little bit. Scrungly is very intimidating. Yes, exactly. See, you understand.
It was by that campfire, one drink on a real good buzz, waiting for our friends to come over. The backyard's where we used to catch up. Well, I haven't seen them in a while, and ain't it wild how much has changed since our last goodbye that summertime. Moments pass, bring them back, when we could just sit outside and talk about life while reminiscing about all the good old times. playing our songs on the radio. The stars were out shining bright, lit up on the 4th of July. We party all day and night till the morning sun would come call us home. Summer hangouts, sipping on life with the guitar strumming. It's getting late now, let's do it all again tomorrow. Summer hangouts. Summer hangouts. Now we're all back in town for t-shirts and sun-kissed skiing. It didn't take long to settle down, cause that fire was always burning. It feels like time was standing still for all these years. Not much has changed since our last goodbye that summertime. Moments pass, so make them last. Well, we could just sit outside and talk about life while reminiscing about all the good old times. Playing our songs on the radio, the stars are out shining bright, lit up on the 4th of July. We'll party all day and night till the morning sun will come call us home. Summer hangouts, sipping on life with the guitar strumming. It's getting late now, let's do it all again tomorrow. Summer hangouts. Summer hangouts.
Wah. Boah. Welcome back, chat. Hello. All right. Let us continue on. Let's see. Higgins' lab. From Dennis to Vishwanath. It's been 10 days since Dr. Higgins shut himself away in his lab. Is there still no way to reach him? Dr. Higgins is isolating himself to focus on his heavy workload and is not available for communication. Even the secretary's office has been unable to reach him. Should he emerge from the lab, he may remain unapproachable for some time, so it is advisable to allow him the necessary space. Interesting. Hi, Egric. Chad, you want to know what my theory is? Dr. Higgins found out that corporate greed killed his daughter, and so he tasked 8 with blowing up the planet with dead filament. Oh no, that's just a theory though. Okay, sorry. Confidential. Recent contamination report. Note, this document must remain strictly within the Lunafilament Lab Secretary's office until Dr. Higgins provides further information. Noah Parker, a former lab staff member, is unresponsive due to advancing dead filament contamination and shows no reaction to external stimuli. Furthermore, a visual examination conducted at 8 o'clock this morning by a physician from the Medical Advancement Lab indicates that Parker's right arm, right chest, and lower jaw have completely lost their original form due to contamination. He is likely deceased. God damn, dude.
Looks like Higgins had been out of contact for a while.
I don't think he liked getting involved with others.
What's this? Dr. Higgins' availability. Consultation hours are as follows. 1 hour slot, reservations required. May 23rd. Okay, so there's just all that.
And again, I was a fool to trust them. But now, Daisy, I'm so sorry.
So that's how his daughter died. That's awful.
Poor doctor.
Respectfully, you were a fool to trust Delphi. You mean to tell me, motherfucker, that you trusted a billionaire company? Come on, bro.
Doctor? His mental acuity is degenerating rapidly.
Oh, Daisy. Honey, I was so close. Earth and Delphi, they took you from me. Curse them.
Cause of death. Cardiac arrest from acute exposure to dead filament. Memory capture complete, Dr. Higgins.
Dead filament, huh? Clock's ticking. Okay. Back to work, kiddo.
Oh man, dude.
The doctor's dead?
Yeah. And he left his work to 8.
What must be done? Dr. Higgins, I wish to express the deep loneliness I'm experiencing as I can no longer speak with you. But worry not. Before your body failed you, our time together allowed me to reconstruct your fragmented memories, to fully understand you. You were desperate to tell everyone about the true dangers of dead filament. I can make that happen by transforming the dead filament itself into a memory medium and setting it to Earth as a singular, unified being. Everyone it touches will come to understand your wish directly. Doctor, DI 3355-8, I will deliver your will to Earth, no matter the cost.
I don't think we'll be able to talk her down from this. Better start preparing for the worst.
You?
No worries. It'll be all right.
Damn.
There! That's our way into the orbital elevator.
All right. Let's go.
I'm coming to stop you.
Do we get everything from the Luna Filament Lab? Oh, we did. Okay, cool. Let's head back, because now we have more training data to do, chat. We also have to give my daughter a present.
Want to check if we can upgrade anything? I was really sad when I found out what happened to the doctor.
Hey,
But still, I don't feel like 8 does. Is that because I'm not as good as she is?
Honey.
that's not it. You're just wired different. And in my eyes, I'm glad you're the way you are. So, let's move on, okay?
Hugh really just told her daughter, "You're built different." Who's just delaying the end? I don't know what you're talking about. What? Me delaying the end? No. Why would I do that? Edging us? Quake.
Read Earth Memory series complete. Replicating related objects.
The beach.
I bet the person who collected these really loved the ocean. I wonder if this REM was inspired by someone's memory. What's that? I got...
The whole point is to make a mess. That's what makes it so fun. Don't hold back. Drench the place. Go big or go home. Oh, and just so you know, water guns on Earth are typically used outside. So getting everything all soaked is no problem.
Oh, that makes sense.
Got a new suit? Oh, no, Diana has, yeah. All right, baby!
Some data has arrived. Be sure to give it a
Defeat all
try.
enemies. Don't let enemies use antennas. Complete within 150.
Stacking the mines makes them stronger. Jump, you! I got it!
Back off!
Be careful!
Take this!
Bam!
Leave the shooting to me.
Incoming!
Hello? The antenna is not... Did I miss? Oh. That's how.
Find protection! Careful! They're hot!
We've stun locked them, chat.
Take this! Good job, Daniel.
What? Oh, no way, dude. No way it got its antenna off. That's crazy.
You gotta hack that
Go put another one here. Fucking fuck me, dude. Okay. I understand what I have to do now. I pretty much have to just keep chaining the hacking mine, pretty much.
Take this!
All right, let's drop this here. All right, got it. Hi, Obsidian. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Bean. Next. Defeat all enemies. Complete without taking damage. Complete within 130. Okay.
Be careful.
That's... Man, sit your ass down. Oh, dude, come on. Hate that it leaves a AoE or something after it stomps. Chilling and learning more music on guitar. Ooh, hell yeah. You mother... Oh my fucking god.
How you like this? Guess that's that.
Something's aiming at us.
Got him!
Look out for its targeting thing. Move, you!
It's over. Get some!
Missile spotted! Right back at ya! Yeah! Watch out! There's more! Be careful!
Is that it?
Projectile! Coming!
Was not expecting that.
Clicking the enemy!
How you like this? Guess that's that.
Okay.
Look out for its targeting thing. Something's aiming at us. Yeah! Be careful!
It's over.
Missile spotted! Right back at ya! Watch out! There's more! Get ready! Splitting the pack!
Now it's my turn.
Projectile!
I should have dropped the bubble. I don't know why I didn't drop my bubble shield. I was hoping that that was just one shot.
That hurts targeting them.
Got him!
Incoming! Yay! We did it!
Okay. This one was annoying for me. It's definitely annoying me now.
Missile spotted! Right back at ya! Move, you!
I owe you. Get off! That's that.
Projectile incoming! Linking the enemy.
How you like this?
There we go. Woo! Currently learning the rhythm guitar of Take Me Away, the version that was used in the movie Freaky Friday. Ooh. I remember there was a time I tried to learn guitar and I just never really fully got into it, unfortunately. Reach target area, complete without taking damage, complete in 190. Bet. Let's get this done right quick. I didn't know that lasers would spawn behind me.
How you like this? Got him!
Get ready! I got him! We did it!
You serious, bro?
Get ready!
Take that!
Dude, why are my thrusters in these training things so ass? Ay, ay, ay. All right.
Watch out! There's swords!
That's that.
Oh, what the fuck?
Get some.
Yep, come help your friend, come help your friend. Dumbass.
Guess that's that. Is that it?
I don't think I'm gonna make this here.
We did it! Look out! Fight! Fight! I got him!
Son of a bitch! Sorry. Oh my god, Hugh, why do you take so long to pick up your damn guns?
Right on.
Phew! Jump to...
Of fucking course.
It's over.
We did it!
Is that it?
Be careful!
Bro, what, dude?
How you like this?
Watch out! There's more! Yay! Phew! Did it!
You've got to be fucking my ass, dude. Are you? I failed the timer anyways. Bro, what the fuck? How do you expect me to do all that? Pick up the gun. Oh my god, huge. This one was the bane of my existence. Better make me have a fucking aneurysm. I didn't know I was able to hold multiple of the guns. Fuck this, dude. Fuck this. I'm trying to complete the game today. I'm trying to complete the game today. Whatever, man. Let's see. Let's upgrade my thrusters. Might as well just max that out, right? All right. All right, let's go. Honestly, so valid. I do want to 100% this game. Not on stream though. Let me finish the dang game. I haven't done the last 5 yet, saving that for whenever I do a second playthrough. Ah, gotcha. Ooh, what's this over here? Yoink.
Wow.
Holy crap, though. My thrusters, though. I'm fucking moving.
My bad, Diana.
Ah. Hi. Ah!
Take this!
Charging cleanse.
What? Blam!
Now it's my turn. Take this!
Here they come again. You.
Diana, help!
I'm on it.
Thanks!
I don't like confined spaces!
Take this!
Bam! Woo!
Back off! Is that it?
Bam! Oh, hi.
Take this!
Bitch!
Projectiles incoming.
Woo!
Look out.
Oh my god, there's another one. Woo!
Charging cleanse. That walker's gonna burn.
Fuck you.
Watch out. There's more. I'll get rid of him.
Oh.
Be careful.
Transferring dead body. Designated payload
You.
is at 90%.
Oh man.
Hurry, you.
I'm on it.
Out of my way. Whoa, whoa, hold on. What's all that now? Ah ha ha! Oh, fuck off. I see you there, fucker.
How about this?
Yeah, come here. Come here. Come here, fucker.
John, take this.
Bitch. Damn. That's crazy. You thought you was so slick. But it was I. It was I who was the slick one. All right, Sharon, what's going on here? It's time to say goodbye. It's been 3 days since I got the notice to work at Dr. Higgins' lab. I've thought it over, and I've made my decision. I'm not going, and I'm leaving Delphi. I dug into this management AI a bit. They say sharing health biodata will allow rapid integration with business systems and team asset coordination. It sounds plausible on the surface, but deep down, it's thought control. They just want to herd us into following company rules and grind us all to the bone so they can squeeze every last drop of efficiency from our poor little brains. Creating life. Yeah, right. Am I just being paranoid? Maybe. But I just can't imagine being monitored every single moment. At least I can always start another project somewhere else. Guess it's time to say farewell to my hideouts. Solitary as they were, I had my fair share of fun. Thanks, Sharon. I know, let's see what this is all about. Let's get on to business.
How you like this?
Dude, that overheat mod is so fucking good, man. I love this thing. Cause I can just and now you're too hot, and now you're dead. Who's next? Bam!
Check. Take this.
Bam! Give me this. Yoink.
Getting close. There's his sword.
I'll take care of it.
Two, incoming.
Woo!
Who's the rubber arm?
The corruption track.
Woo! Oh my god!
Overdrive protocol activated.
Oh my god! Nope! 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 Back the fuck up! Everyone, back the fuck up! How did you not fucking get hit?
You're going down. Take this. All right, that's one core down.
Keep it up, you!
Diana, you okay?
Okay. Ooh, all right. Was not a fan of that.
Picking up a map close by.
Any idea?
Oh, hello.
Come on, we'll know when we get there. Missile spotted!
Yes.
Be careful! I got him! Right back at ya!
Take that.
Get ready!
It's on now.
Yeah!
Take this.
Fuck out of here. What do we got in here? Adrenaline flood. When HP is below 25, attack power increases by 20%.
That works great when synced with your suit's durability. Hey, Hugh. You know how 8's trying to send Death Element to Earth, right? Do you really think that's what the doctor wanted?
Can't say. The doctor was in a bad spot there at the end. Humans are a tough nut to crack. What's your best guess?
I think the doctor I knew wouldn't want all this.
If that's how you feel, then that's how it is. Does that work for you?
Yeah. These are so fun to collect. You want to go back to the shelter and regroup?
I just got a Steam achievement for unlocking all of the escape hatches. That can only mean... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. So chat, let's head back to the base. You know, we got stuff to upgrade and all that, right? Got some upgrade components. Yeah, totally. Let's go do that. Maybe we'll try that one training module again. You know, you never know. Maybe this time I'll get it. Delay. I don't know. Delay me? So you think I'm stalling? I don't know. what you're talking about. I mean, that's just preposterous. I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. I would never do such a thing. Don't pay attention to me upgrading all of my shit. Was that a SpongeBob movie reference? Absolutely. All right, chat. We've got an ad break coming up for us here, so I'm gonna send you guys to the BRB screen, and we'll be back in just a little bit, chat. This is totally not stalling. I don't know what you're talking about. Another excuse? What do you mean? What do you mean, chat? I just don't want you guys to get interrupted by the boss fight when the ad pops up. So we're gonna go take our ad break. I'll see you guys in a bit. Hi, Hunch. Mwah.
Just sit outside and talk about life while reminiscing about the good old times. Radio songs on the radio, the stars are out shining bright, lit up on the 4th of July. We'll party all day and night till the morning sun will come call us home. Moments pass, I wish we could bring them back. Summer hangouts, sipping on life with the guitar strumming. It's getting late now, can we do it all again tomorrow? sitting at the same old workplace. What's the point of this chase? To just bite our old tail. Wishing that something would change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasies, flying on dragons through sky-high cities. These are our childhood dreams. It's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 our childhood dreams.
All right, welcome on back. Welcome on back from the outbreak chat. Oh boy. Alrighty. Oh boy. Oh man. Dude, my heart is already racing. Like I'm not ready. But no more delays. No more excuses. No more stalling. Diana, I want you to know that whatever happens, I'm right here.
Hugh, hurry!
I'm going.
We're coming, 8.
Holy cow. Gurk, hello. Mwah.
So how's the packing coming?
Splendid. Thanks to you. The shipment for Earth is almost ready. I have nearly fulfilled my purpose. A purpose we were meant to share.
Whoa.
No!
I will lick your throat. Gurg, that's my job.
And I'm going to Earth with Hugh. You still don't understand. You are Pragmata.
So what? She's more than that. And she's not something for you to use and throw away.
You're beyond repair. This is where we part ways. For good.
Hello? Hello? Look, chat, you're gonna have to bear with. Look, my computer's trying its best. My computer's trying its best. Oh! Do I have ray tracing on? I'm pretty sure I don't. Let me check real quick. Graphics. I don't have VSync on. That could be something. Yeah, no, I have ray tracing off. I have ray tracing off. Okay, but sorry. No more stalling. Sorry. The cutscene's gone. Anyways, holy fuck, that is a really cool boss design.
Your purpose is wrong. Yeah. Overgrowth protocol.
Oh!
Getting close. Back to normal. Be careful.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Release your protocol. Initiate. Vulnerability exposed. Breaching the enemy.
Bam. All right.
Can't move.
You have
What the fuck is this Megalovania type bullshit? What the hell was that? Oh, I didn't like that.
Watch out! That's the woman! No, wait! I'm still
Oh, fuck me. Gotta heal. Go, my drones.
Getting close! Your purpose is wrong. Be careful!
Fucking hell. Oh, my little guy's face shifted. Oh, brother, hell to the fuck no with that.
No more second guessing. Just do it.
That's the woman! No, wait!
Brother, what?
I will suffer. Be careful.
Now's our chance.
Temporary setback.
Up jump! Go, 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 go! Oh my god, go! Oh my god, go!
Charging flame. You, watch out! Move, you.
Oh! Bam!
Being with you made me stronger. I am Diana!
Oh! Oh! Oh, my computer can't handle this. There's too much peak. My computer can't handle this.
Tell them.
Oh, okay, we're here now.
8. Tell them all. The earth must know his pain, his suffering, his final days. I must tell them.
Transport's at the top of the tower.
I wish I could have saved you, 8.
Diana, we gotta go.
Oh no. Is there more?
Diana, you okay?
Yeah. I couldn't save her, but at least we got to talk.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard, but we can't slow down. There should be a transport for us at the top.
And go to Earth?
Yeah. But time's not on our side.
Hugh?
We'll be alright. Just think about what you're gonna do once we're back on Earth.
What I'm gonna do?
We gotta see the ocean, right? Or you wanna do some bird watching?
I want to do both.
That's the spirit. Let's go, kiddo.
Hey, Hugh? Why do you decide to take me with you?
Oh, now what?
Now what?
What the fuck is that?
But without 8?
It's out of control. We can't leave it like this. It can follow us to Earth.
Oh, now you're speaking my language. Hello.
Look, Diana, I was a lot like you. A thirst for life and all its mysteries. And boy, I had a few bumps along the way. But I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn. A whole new life. If you're ready.
Okay, then let's go. Together.
Oh, hell yeah! Yo, I'm on my Kirby 64 type shit.
So enough BS. Let's finish this.
Maybe this cannon will do the trick. I'll charge it up, Hugh. You get ready.
You ready yet?
No, a little more to go.
Holy fuck, that takes forever to reload. Come on. Come on. Shoot! Shoot! Holy crap!
Yeah!
This is coming! Stop, Hugh!
This is insane!
That was a close one!
I need another hack, sweetheart.
Here it comes! I'm charging! Now, shoot!
Targeting, targeting, targeting. Whoa.
Wow, nice shot!
This isn't over yet.
Watch out! It's doing something!
Oh!
Diana, you okay?
Yeah! I'll try to protect us! Shoot now!
Get lost!
Hugh!
Oh, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
Hugh, you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. That could have been way worse.
Holy crap, how tall is this goddamn elevator thing?
Incoming! Shoot!
Bam! Oh, oh.
Damn! Still after us? Getting close to the shuttle.
Let me try something. Optimizing hacking matrix. Initiate!
Oh.
I did it, Hugh!
Oh, yeah.
Hang on! Down! The shuttle! No! Maybe this will work.
Oh.
No! Not like this!
Let me try.
Get back.
Here we go!
Oh my god. Cinema. Absolute cinema.
That should do it.
No!
Yeah. You're still with us?
Yeah. Just put a bit too much into it there. But I'm fine now. Hugh, are you okay?
Don't worry. Once we're back on Earth, you can walk for yourself.
Hey, I can walk.
You sure?
I do it all the time. Here, look. I'm walking perfectly fine.
You'll be back on me in no time.
That's not true.
Can't rely on me forever, you know.
Stop. Hugh, you know exactly what the fuck you mean when you say that. Stop. No. You know exactly what the fuck you mean.
I'll do whatever it takes to get you back to Earth. No matter what.
Hugh! There's a cargo ship!
Really?
Can we go to Earth in that?
Yeah. Might just pull this off. That.
What, Hugh?
Thanks.
No problem.
Oh, she's so innocent. She doesn't even know.
Is this how we're going to Earth?
A cargo shuttle. It is what it is. Tight fit, but it'll do.
What about you?
Explosions messed everything up. Full automation's not an option. Gotta push it to the end of the rail. Hang tight.
Oh my... No. No, you're not.
Hugh? Is everything all right?
Yeah. It's a heavy bugger.
I want to help.
Stay put. It's too risky. Gotta give it a bit of the old elbow grease.
Hugh?
Time to bring it in.
No. No, 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 no.
Hugh?
Bad news. This is where we'll say goodbye.
Don't do this.
No! I want to stay with you!
It's okay.
Don't fucking do this to me. We're gonna see the ocean.
Go find this thing.
No! Wait!
Have a safe journey.
The place I felt so far, but you taught me how beautiful our life is. What a moment. Do you remember the gift that you gave me today? Since then, when I see a globe, it reminds me of my sweet home.
Don't forget me, Diana. I'll always be there with you. I'll always be in your memory. I'll always be there in your memory.
It's starting to get heavier and heavier, but I will try to walk along. I think about you. Memories fall into the dark.
fuck, dude. It's not fair, dude. That's not funny. It's not fair. I was gonna give her everything. Everything she wanted. I was gonna give her everything.
The distance brings our soul together, and I'm glad I feel so lonely. This story has begun in a way that I wasn't expecting because of this emotion. Never fade.
She made it safe. Isn't it beautiful, Diana? I told you the ocean was beautiful.
I'm ready. She got to see the ocean at least. You're gonna be so brave down there, Diana. You're ready. Be strong, okay? She's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. After all of that, I know that there's nothing that she can't do. She's gonna be okay. Oh, my sweet little girl. Okay. Where's my water? Where's my water? Need to fucking get all the hydration back from those tears.
Oh. Oh. Go ahead, Tim. What's up? Do the unknown signal? Okay. Okay. Well, took Osha and I about maybe 2 hours to complete. It's seriously worth it in the gameplay. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. I don't have work today, so we can we can go over time if we need to. Okay. Unknown signal. I guess I just I need to load a game. I guess we'll just this mode uses your complete save and adds new content just before the final battle. Autosave data will be lost. Overcome challenges in a new sector to earn special rewards like weapons and outfits. Okay, so it's added content before the final boss. Okay. Yeah, we'll go do that. Okay.
Alert! Alert! We've detected an unregistered crew member. Would you investigate on our behalf?
Easy there, Cabin. Just tell us where they are.
The hidden chamber.
Unknown area.
The hidden what?
Come on, Hugh. Let's go. Hi, Hugh.
Hey, sweetheart. Oh. All right, let's go. Let's go see what this is all about. All right. Hidden chamber. Let's go. Oh my god. Chat, I'm just gonna warn you guys now. I'm not gonna be okay for the rest of the stream.
What is this place?
I'm just gonna let you guys know that now. I am not going to be okay for the rest of the stream.
Ew, look at that!
So you must be our unregistered friend.
We are. We watch over this hidden chamber on behalf of its original architect. It was their wish to bestow their greatest creation to one who has completely mastered the cradle. You have earned the right to undergo our most difficult trials. Decode all of our encrypted SIM pods and receive their reward.
Activation parameters verified. Simple alpha disengaged.
Okay. What about these others?
Activation parameters verified. Simple gamma disengaged. Activation parameters verified. Simple epsilon disengaged. Activation parameters verified. Simple data disengaged. Activation parameters verified. Simple iota disengaged. Activation parameters verified. Simple kappa disengaged.
Defeat the enhanced sector guard in the solar power plant. Enhanced creator. Enhanced garden keeper. Should I go back and do all this? Defeat the enhanced Luna Digger? Should I go back and do all that, or should I just start these? I'm just gonna start these. Master your new weapon and reach the target area. Okay. Let's see. Hard-hitting melee unit with limited range. You can do these in any order you want, but the thing is, some of them are still locked to me. I need to go back and fight, I guess, the super forms of the bosses that I've previously fought. Like, I was asking, should I go back and do those? You can unlock them now or later, it's up to you. Okay. Deals high damage even when the target is not in an open state. Time an additional attack when the weapon flashes to perform an extra hit. Oh, okay. Alright, let's give it a try.
Serious power. Just don't make it. My hacking won't work.
Ow. Oh. Oh. All right. I like this. Step off.
We did it! No hacks required, just pure damage.
I'm already realizing I did this chamber wrong. I thought that was meant to show you that you didn't need to hack the enemies for the damage. I powered through hacking them anyways. I mean, hey, whatever works, right?
Move, you right to careful. It's going to jump.
Oh, that damage though.
Don't go inside the circle.
I mean, I will say, damaging it does do crazy damage. If you can hit his weak point, that is. I will say, damaging it does crazy damage. Yeah, damaging thing does tend to do damage. I'm glad we agree there. Thank you, Diana.
Got it.
Just because I could. Shit, give me the loot.
Cleanse it for me, will ya?
Watch out for that stuff. Cleansing.
All right, one pour down.
Keep it up, Q. We need to cleanse them. Charging. There's a spore.
I'll take care of it. Diane, you okay?
Oh, fuck, I missed the timing. Ooh. Me likey. Me likey a lot. Oh.
That should help you get around. Let's hurry back and get that to happen.
Okay. That was cool. All right, chat. We actually timed that perfectly. We've got another ad break coming up. I'll send you guys to the BRB screen, and we'll be back in just a little bit.
Phase 1 is now complete.
Tram travel to other sectors is now available.
You can now travel to any sector using the tram in the hidden chamber. Oh, nice.
So we just pop the pods and blast through their sims?
Yeah. Looks like
All right.
each sim pod needs something different to open.
All right. We'll be back in just a little bit, chat.
Feeling. I feel so lightweight when I think back to those days. But then we went our own ways. I'm thinking about what needs to change. That we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy. Digging up treasures and sailing across the sea.
These are childhood dreams. It's how it used to be. When we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 oh. Our childhood dreams. These are childhood dreams. It's how it used to be. When we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams.
All right. Welcome on back. All right, what have we got here? Sympathetic hacking. Successfully hacking instantly reloads your primary unit. Oh. You know, I kind of like the sound of that. let's head back to base real quick. Because now we have a new license key now. I want to see if getting this new license key maybe will give me another mod slot, because I do like that enhanced range for hacking. I kind of like all of my perks for right now. So if I can get another mod slot potentially by getting license level 5, that'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty nice.
You're back. What did you find?
Nothing you need to be worried about.
Oh, thank you. Then, let us get back to business. We've removed the limiters on your weapons. Feel free to upgrade them as you like.
Alright, what do we got now? Okay. Ah, no extra mod slot, Sag.
We've procured a new stamp board. Please, have a gander.
New stamp board, let's go. What you got? Oh, that's it? Shit. That is terrifying. I hate everything about that. That is no.
Splendid.
No, I don't know.
An impeccable choice. Bingo! Well done.
Oh, what a cute outfit.
Oh yes, this is one of our more popular items. Triple bingo! Congratulations!
Let's see. Gunfire on open enemies increases hacking damage by 20%. Only effective in certain hacking modes. If it's only available on certain modes, that's a... Oh, that is terrifying. Oh, that is horrifying. Yo, I need whoever at the dev team at Capcom. I need the person that greenlit this at Capcom. I need them publicly executed. That is terrifying. No, thank you. No, thank you. I am not putting my daughter in that. Hi, Gray Fox. How is everyone? I'm severely emotionally depressed. We beat the game. And it went about as well as you would expect. I am now deeply depressed. Oh, there it is. Would you like a big hug and head pats? Yes, please. All right, let's go deal with these quote unquote super bosses. And then we'll head back to that. I assume we just head back to the original boss arena. Ugh. Ay, ay, ay. Oh boy. Thank you, Great Fox. Yeah, basically, Great Fox. We beat the game. Diana was able to go to Earth, but we fuck, man. We couldn't follow her. We couldn't go with her.
I owe you.
Got it!
Yeah. Yeah.
Look out for the target!
Good job, kid. Get both.
Jump, you!
Power mode disengaged. Activating sector drive. Eliminate.
Great. It wasn't bad enough.
Maybe it's just air?
If we can keep things as just angry, I'll take it.
Be careful! Stay away from the red circle!
Try! Right on!
Stay away from the red circle!
Try!
Get ready!
Holy hell, man.
Target is
Stand still, dude.
Don't mind my
Back off!
Here it comes again!
Come on, give up already!
Look out! Defensive breakdown!
Damn it, I missed the freaking reload again.
Stay away from the red circle!
Try!
Overgrowth protocol activated!
It's on now! Take this!
Bam. My stasis net isn't doing shit. Got him. Nice. Oh, that would have been nice to have, huh? Oh no, Gray Fox, that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. I was literally begging the game not to do this. And then it did. And then it did.
This water gun is the best! I like it just as much as my crayons.
So this whole act you got going on here, I'm guessing you're trying to imitate me?
Yep, that's right.
I'm gonna need to watch what I say.
You know what? While we're here, we might as well try. Oh, Gray Fox. Thank you so much for the 200 biddies. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I guess while we're here, we might as well try and complete this, right, chat? Get up, dude.
How you like this?
Wait, I took damage. What am I doing? Oh my god. Ugh. Damn it. Are you fucking serious, dude? Alright, whatever. Whatever, dude. What fucking ever. How do you expect me to get through all of that quickly when you only start me with my freaking pistol? Like, Alright, next. Next boss fight.
Upgrade protocol for creator completed. Immediate action required.
All right, here we go.
It's just as big as last time.
Hasn't gotten bigger. Definitely looking.
Get closer to where we opened it. Overgrowth protocol activated. I can't hack its antennas up. Check the front for antennas.
Ow. I don't even know where I am.
Back off!
Get closer to where we opened it.
Now it's fine.
Go.
It's putting something on the ground.
All right, you're done, pal.
You're going down.
Check the front for antennas.
Good job, check. Take this.
Yeah, I thought I was hitting the antennas there. Hi, Jar. I'll hydrate in a second.
Get away from the blue circle!
Let's do this.
We gotta move fast.
Take this.
What? Bam! And boom! Fuck, I missed.
Get ready.
Ah, we got it. Woo! Woo! I'll be taking this, thank you. How it goes, Pragmata? Jar, we beat the game. And I'm heavily depressed now. I am in, like, I'm unbelievably sad now. Are you doing side content then? Yee. What we got here? Anomalous Walker. An M4 humanoid bot corrupted by dead filament. The head's control core is compromised, causing erratic behavior not seen in normal walkers. This is likely due to abnormal amplification of muscle signal transmission. Anomalous Executor. An executor bot stripped and warped by dead filament. Even with its core drive compromised, its central brain still functions, obsessively following its program to seek out and eliminate biological life forms. Anomaly. A bot further warped by fusing with dead filament, taking on a grotesque form. The corrupted dead filament bursts outward from within, causing it to attack anything nearby without reason. Its purpose and source of power remain a mystery. Idea. Access warning. By command code E9900, this entry and its history has been deleted. Damn. Still though, I gotta admit, that is a dope final boss design. Like, holy hell. That shit goes hard. Diana's little entries on the comments are adorable. They sure are. Next boss. Pterodome. Dirigo. Meow. Hello, cutie. Welcome on in. Welcome on into Pragmata side content. Or that is what we are doing. How is the puppy? Depressed. Immensely depressed. We beat the game. That's really all you need to know.
Power limiter deactivated. Enhancing bomb communication. Commence and shield
The scorpion's back.
It's looking a lot stronger, too.
Am I seeing things or does it have an extra leg?
Overdrive protocol activated. Watch out for his tail.
Ow.
Mines incoming. Watch out.
Fuck.
John, take this!
Bam! Sounds like you need a cat to pet. That always helps. Yeah. I need both you and Bosa to get over here. That's a lot of cat. Yes. Dude, the damage that this thing does is actually insane. Easy.
I was hoping we'd find this. Can't forget you.
All right, and that should leave us one more super boss now to take on.
Hey, Hugh. Cat. You okay? Not hurt, are you?
Nice pass, kiddo.
Oh.
Rolling and bouncing. Basketballs are the best.
Oh. Guess we could grab these as well, just to have them. Alrighty, one more boss fight. Your character's outfit reminds me of Dead Space. Well, this is the default outfit. I do have other outfits that I could wear, but at least for my first playthrough, I kind of wanted to stay true to what the game gave me. And I'm honestly glad that I did. Don't want to be too silly. Yes. All right. Here we go.
Power limiter disengaged. Lunar digger excavation. Initiate prompt clearance of unwanted.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hugh, remember what to do?
What we've been through? How could I forget?
Mouth wide open! Shoot it!
Back off!
Ah! Oversight protocol activated. Hugh! It's headed out! Overshift!
Okay, yeah, this mod to reload my gun instantly upon hacking is fucking goated.
I got him!
I'm now just noticing that there's a little girl on your back. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Oh, damn. Okay, I didn't realize it would do that.
Look out!
Oh, yeah. Have some of that. Oh! But yeah, that's Diana. She's... She's been keeping me safe. Oh my god, I almost had him. Come here, big guy. Oh, there it is.
Take this.
Whoa! Wait, she seems kind of goated. That's my girl. Sit down, big boy. Bam! I'm gonna be so for real. The Lunar Digger kind of was the most disappointing fight, both normal bosses and of the 4 rematches. I'm curious if you agree. That's a good question. Cause at least in the normal fight, I actually had pretty good fun with it. I thought it was I personally thought it was a very fun fight in at least in the first one. In terms of the rematch, I think probably the New York City boss was probably the most entertaining because I was moving around so much. But I don't know. Maybe I just had fun hacking all of his his little bots to blow him up for me. Maybe that's where it's coming from. Alrighty. Chat, I think that is going to do it for the stream. I am going to continue that little thing of the hidden, or from the hidden signal or whatever it's called. I'll probably just do that on my own time. But that is going to be where we wrap up the stream, chat. So let's head on back to the office so we can say our goodbyes. And so that I can further talk about the game. Because, chat, that was Pragmata. And oh my god. I have never cried that aggressively playing a video game. The last time I even came close to crying like that was Expedition 33, my favorite game of all time. And while I don't think Pragmata beats that, I will still say E33 is still my favorite game of all time. However, Pragmata 100% knocks it out of the park in terms of emotional connection. Yes, good very good story writing. In terms of just the emotional connection that I had to the game, yeah, Pragmata blows E33 out of the fucking water. Because, oh my god, I've never cried that hard for a fucking video game. That, and not even, like, even ignoring that emotional connection, the game was just overall, in general, an amazing game. It really was. The combat was amazing. I fucking loved this combat system. The story was really good. I definitely do want to play through New Game Plus, you know, when I'm not streaming, so that maybe I can play the game on like the highest graphics or whatever, because, you know, so that way, you know, streaming isn't taking up most of the resources or whatever. But oh my god, absolutely incredible. What an amazing game. I highly recommend all of you guys play it so that you can experience it for yourself. What an amazing game. Oh my goodness. All right, with all that being said, thank you guys so much for hanging on out with me and coming along for this Pragmata journey. It was so much fun. Like I said, I fucking loved this game. Absolutely incredible. I can see why, Toon. I can see why this is your game of the year. Absolutely amazing. Hats off to Capcom, because low-key, it has been quite some time since I've seen a game from a AAA company like Capcom produce something like that. Although granted, I'm just going to say it right now, of all of the quote-unquote AAA companies, I'll say Capcom has always kind of been up there. They've always been making they just make bangers after bangers. And this is no exception. This was probably one of their best works, in my opinion. Oh my goodness. But chat, the referee blows their final whistle on this stream. Let's go hop on the team bus and let's go raid a good friendo. We are going to go raid into... Ooh. Here's a bean that I haven't seen in quite some time. Chat, let's go raid into Chester. Frat boy Chester. He's a cute little otter. Super amazing bean. It's been a while since I've seen him. Let's go raid into him. Before we do that, chat, !Discord, socials, merch, and YouTube. Go check out all of those links. I will be uploading all of my stream VODs of Pragmata to the YouTube channel so that you guys can watch it at any time if you missed anything, so that you guys can see my entire playthrough. So yeah, I will be posting all of our VODs onto the YouTube, so go check it out. Chat, !raid, copy and paste that raid message, spam it all over Chester's stream, drop some follows, show him some love. He's an amazing being, and I'll see you all next time. Oh, I should also say, chat, if you guys did enjoy the stream, please consider hitting that follow button, hitting that bell notification icon so that you get notified whenever Gaming FC is live. I stream 3 days a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. But that being said, however, we are not going to be streaming this Friday or this Sunday because I have friends visiting me, so I'm going to be spending time with them. So our next stream, will be the following Wednesday. All right, that out of the way. Again, thank you all so much for hanging around. I love you all, and I'll see you guys next week.